By the wrath of Mother Goss. Mercy for the poor wizened child. Mercy. Oh, please.
Gammon. Very well, let me. Farewell, good hunter. May you. Gammon away. Very well, let me. Farewell, good. May you find you.
det siger bare, if you cos'è?
Gammon away. Go. Very well. Let. Farewell, good. Gammon away. gammon away. Go. Very well.
Hello, everybody.
More health or more bullets than you're supposed to be able to get back from it, so it feels really cool. I'm gonna get more of these Carol runes as tattoos. I definitely like the Blood Rapture one with the eyeball. I kind of like this, but it's a bit too berserk for me. I like the brand of sacrifice in berserk, but so many people have gotten it that I'm like, I don't know, I've kind of become desensitized to it where I don't really want it as a tattoo anymore. The moon one is really cool. I like that a lot as well, like the eye with the line right through it. There is another one, I can't remember which one it is, but I like it because technically this is like the sign of the hunter, the one on my arm. I got it a bit too big, but I would like to. You know, he's a fucking fraud and a scam artist, and he'll mess you up if you let him. Anyway, moving on very swiftly. That was cool. That was a very fun fight. There was. Hey, not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Ouch. Ouch. You fucker. pressed dodge and nothing happened. Oh, those were good. Fuck me, dodge! Oh, those were good. Fuck me, dodge! Fuck me, dodge! So close! Yeah! Woo! You got a fucking well, bitch! Oh my god. My heart was beating through all of that. Jeez. That was cool. That was a very fun fight. There was one time I felt like I was dodging and it just didn't work. The second time I realized I was out of stamina. Donk with his eyes covered.
Sweet child of Kos returned to the ocean. A bottomless curse. A bottomless sea. Accepting of all that there is and can be.
Is that the guy who's walking along saying Bergenworth? Blood-crazed fiends. We still have one more boss in the DLC to fight, which is Lawrence, which I'm not looking forward to. That's one of those fights where I'm like, please just try and do as much damage as you can as quickly as possible. Because the longer it goes on, he just spreads fire everywhere.
Very well.
You have my skull! Let me open up this gate. Aiming guy. And we forgot to do it. Or just refused to. Okay, bye. Oh, what do I need to fight? Huh? I have to go get Lawrence's skull. Oh, so you guys are just dead? Huh. Can I go down here and talk to you now? Yeah, there he is. Brador.
Look who's here. Welcome to my quarters. I've never entertained a guest before.
Love what you've done with the place.
Are you going to kill me? After all you've done, kill me? As if to right your wrongs.
No wrongs.
What is it? Or perhaps, well, leave.
Sorry.
Changes. Such is the nature of man.
He's not that upset about it. He's laughing. He's okay about it. I'm okay about it. The bloodletter's a cool weapon. Stab yourself with it, but the stats for it are kind of annoying. Yeah, I said, oh, I could ride the church elevator down and get the church cannon, but I don't really want it, and turns out I needed. It's kind of sad. The very first me either that I can summon. That makes things more interesting. Very beast in the beginning, and even though he's on fire. And for this, Volter's the buckethead. Volter. Redundant. I can summon for this. Volter. Hell yeah, I'm gonna summon. I could summon. Volter, no. I don't. Game. Shit. We both have a blunderbuss. To go up to. I should have taken a little pellet. Oh my. Not the things I wanted. Wrong menu. Volter, can't you see him? See, it's just a cleric beast, but annoying. Keep getting him, Volter! Oh. I like that you have to come here for it. It reminds me of... See, this could look so beautiful with higher res textures and 4K and everything. Like, you'd be able to see everything in the distance clearly. It reminds me of the boss in Metal Gear Solid 3, the final fight in that. Don't mind this, Gehrman.
Good hunter. Now you will die. You will be from this.
I refuse! I don't want my head chopped off.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter.
Beautiful. See, big faker. You just need a wheelchair.
It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes.
Oh.
Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt.
Yeah, baby. Ow, ow, ow. Don't do it. God damn. That was a lot. See? He's fucking flying all over the place. Okay, this is tricky. He's very fast. And I'm not parrying, so... Dude, you're destroying all your lovely crosses. Oh, my shit ran out quick. Maybe I should try and parry. God damn. Ah! He might actually kill me. God damn, that just misses. Okay, fuck that. I'm going back to my original plan, which is to just do as much damage as I can as fast as possible. I like that phase shift. Allows me to get some good damage in. Give up the ghost, Gehrman. Pack it in, Frank, you silly bastard! I didn't hit him! You fucker. There he goes. We're not done yet, though. Which is kind of annoying, because I need my pills. Okay, can you wait and let me put lightning on my weapon? And take one of these. I need my pills. Oh yeah. That's good shit. I made an absolute mockery of you. That was the easiest I've ever fought that boss. Oh yeah. You're going to fucking ground, bitch. Nice.
Are you cold?
That's me.
Oh, good hunter.
I have transcended my mortal coil. I am Squid Baby! Squid Bonk! Octo Bonk! Fuck yeah! Bloodborne, baby! Best game ever made! Anybody that tells you otherwise is a filthy liar. God, what an experience! I love this game so much. Everything about it, everything is perfect. No notes, perfection. The music is amazing. Art style is amazing. The only thing we need is a 60 FPS version. Just bring it out on PC. That shouldn't take too much. Put it out on PC. People can make it 4K. They can... I promise you that the modding community for this game would be nuts. People would make so many cool things. They would up all the textures. They would create new weapons, new movesets. They would make new bosses. They would make new areas. It would sell like crazy. I can guarantee you. Please, Sony, for the love of God. This is my one plea. Everybody in the comments, go to the comments and say, please, Sony, we want Bloodborne on PC. I'm not even asking for much. We could say we want a remaster. We could say we want a remake. But all we want is it on PC, please. You've been bringing other games out on PC. That's all we want. Like this video. Watch this video to show Sony that we want more Bloodborne. For anything Bloodborne related to ever make the light of day again, I'm begging you. I will be on my knees. Zaki and his team. I don't see anything else ever beating it because so much of it is perfectly ascribed to the things that I love. And I love it. I hope you loved it too. Thank you for watching.
Bloodborne is my favorite Souls game, and I love its boss lineup. While I do think that FromSoft has continued to get better at making boss fights since this game's release, it unquestionably still contains some of the highest highs they've ever achieved. So today I'm going to show some appreciation for these bosses by ranking them from worst to best. begin. Number 22, The One Reborn. While I do have this thing placed at the very bottom, I kinda get what they were going for with it. It definitely seems like there was a decent amount of thought put into its design, but that said, I still think it's kind of a garbage fight. I guess I'll start by mentioning the positives. I like that its visual design is gross as shit. I think the opening cutscene is pretty memorable, the music is admittedly good, and the super loud blood explosion when you defeat it is weirdly hilarious. Plus, like I said, I do understand what they were going for with the moveset. The boss can be a little ineffective at defending itself if you come into wail on it, so it compensates for this by using things such as the raining body parts, the AoE explosion, the various limbs, the little explosions that can appear on certain parts of its body, and the floor vomit attack. But the issue is that most of these methods don't make for fun gameplay. The raining body parts can be an okay move if you're on top of it, but sometimes I think they appear just a little too fast. The AoE explosion is alright, the random limbs that kick you are okay, I guess, but ultimately just feel annoying. The random explosions happen too fast in my opinion, making them feel cheap, and I just hate the floor vomit. Wow, the boss forced me to stop fighting him for a while. How riveting. Also, when it comes to the more straight up attacks, there's really nothing of note to mention. They're just pretty basic and sometimes overly spammy. All in all, I can tell they were trying to do something different with this boss, having most of the actual dangerous attacks come from all these unorthodox methods, but I honestly just think think it came out as a mess, where there's often too much happening at once. If you try to fight it in a more straight up way from the front, it's super slow and boring, and if you try to finish the fight faster by hitting him from the sides, then you have to deal with all these unfun and cheap gimmicks. Whenever I die to the one reborn, it always seems to happen out of nowhere of the barrel. Number 21, Witches of Hemwick. Well, the witches aren't near the game. Number 20, Celestial Emissary.
I hope you're hungry. For nothing.
That's this boss in a nutshell. I don't know why, but From Software really seems to have a thing for making these underwhelming fights where it's just a bunch of regular enemies except one of them occupies a boss health bar. Dark Souls 2 has Royal Rat Vanguard, Dark Souls 3 has Deacons of the Deep, and Bloodborne gives 2 as Royal Rat Vanguard, Dark Souls 3 has Deacons of the Deep, and Bloodborne gives us Celestial Emissary. The main thing I like about this boss is just how it's kind of a joke for being so easy, and I guess it's funny that they decided to place it right before what I consider to be the hardest fight in the main game. But other than that, they're it right before or what I consider to be the hardest fight in the main game. But other than that, there's very little to say. By this point in the game, you should most likely be able to two-shot all of the regular ones, and when you get the main guy's health down to half, Number 19, Mikolash, Host of the Nightmare. I know there are a lot of people out there who genuinely hate this guy, but I think he's just kinda meh. The whole encounter with him is insanely different from everything else in the game. Before even fighting him, you have to chase the maniac around until he gets trapped in a room where he's forced to defend himself. And when it comes to his moveset, it literally does not get any more basic than this. In his first phase, he has one attack. Yep, just one attack. If he manages to hit you with it, then it actually does dish out a pretty solid amount of damage, but as long as you leave yourself the slightest bit of stamina after attacking him, dodging it isn't much of a hassle. Then after chasing him some more and dealing with his goofy shenanigans, we get to phase 2, and this is easily my biggest problem with the fight.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
Yeah, he gains a new move in this phase that's capable of one-shotting you. Admittedly, as long as you make sure to stay relatively close to him, then you can probably get through the fight without him using it. But man, getting insta-killed by this guy feels so bad. Especially since it means you have to deal with his tomfoolery all over again. However, putting all the bullshit aside, I do admit that I kinda get some enjoyment out of this encounter. He has a lot of funny and weird-ass quotes, and his voice acting is super memorable.
Oh, majestic! A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream.
Considering how underwhelming the fight itself is, this guy really leaves a surprisingly big impression on the fan base. While the chase sequences can feel overly redundant and frustrating when you're new to it, I don't know, I just find his devious escape methods weirdly enjoyable to watch. Plus, the music is awesome. It's so chaotic and memorable, and I think it's interesting to see what's become of one of the most important characters in Bloodborne's storyline. This dude finally made it to a nightmare realm, and for what it's worth, watching him excitedly run around while high on life due to his new discovery is somewhat entertaining. So, while Mikolash is far from being an actual solid boss fight, I'll still give him a bit of credit for at least being a memorable experience. Number 18, Rom the Vacuous Spider. I used to absolutely despise this fight, but nowadays, I think it's just kinda okay. As far as the positives, I think the arena is gorgeous. Genuine 10 out of 10, it looks so cool. And I like that you can tackle this fight in two different ways. You can either take your time and kill all the little spiders to make Rom easier to deal with, or you can just rush it and try to take out Rom as quickly as Number 1, Ludwig the Accursed and the Holy Blade. I hate to be predictable, but there's no way I could give Ludwig anything other than the top spot. He just has so much going for him that it's almost a little overwhelming. While everyone remembers this fight for the iconic second phase, I think a lot of people forget just how good the first phase is. Like I said earlier, he's one of the few bosses in the game that I actually found legitimately scary on my first playthrough. Just look at this thing. This is one of the most ridiculously grotesque, horse-like monstrosities I've ever laid eyes on. And luckily, I think it's also one of esque horse-like monstrosities I've ever laid eyes on. And luckily, I think it's also one of the best beast-type bosses FromSoft has ever made. He has such a good moveset that works surprisingly well for his size. Something about the tells on his attacks are so easily recognizable, and it has a great flow to it. There are also a lot of big, powerful moves that have super well-placed audio tells, like the loud screech before his big charge attack, or the small grunt you can hear before he falls down on you. While he has the potential to Dark Souls 3 and boss fights go together like Miyazaki and poison swamps. It's hard to picture one without thinking of the other. Obviously, Dark Souls 3 is a great game in many ways, but there's no denying that when you stack it up against the other Souls games, the main thing it has going for it is the iconic boss lineup. So today I'm gonna make an excuse to talk about its bosses by ranking them from worst to best. Now, as some of you are aware, I made a video long ago where I just ranked my 7 favorite fights in this game, but I feel like enough time has passed for me to revisit the topic, and some of my opinions have changed since then. Plus, I personally find it a little hard to listen to myself in that video nowadays. Though I will admit that part of why I'm doing this is to give myself a bit of extra time to work on the Dark Souls 1 enemy ranking in the background, since I said in my last video that I'd be getting it out soon, and I don't want another 2-month gap between videos like when I made the DS3 enemy ranking. And one final point I'd like to make before starting is that I've played this game a ridiculous amount of times, meaning that replay value is a big part of what makes the bosses enjoyable to me. Now, with all that said, let's begin. Number 25, Half-Light Spear of the Church. Okay, credit where credit is due. The idea of having a boss that's actually another online player is a neat concept at the very least. I mean, it's not unique, since FromSoft had already done it in Demon's Souls. However, as an idea for a boss, I guess it's not the worst thing ever, but in practice, I just can't get behind it. On a first playthrough, it's definitely a cool and different encounter compared. Number 24. Point, I see almost nothing here. Number 22. Number 21. Bristol Sage. Similarly to Wolnir, this is a gimmick boss that I kinda liked on my first playthrough, but after facing him more times, and now for the last boss on the list that I dislike. Different. Number 19, Number 18, Osiros the Consumed King, another boss that Frost. She has way more basic moves and combos with her scythe, which are stylish as hell. Her invisibility mechanic is now a lot more engaging. She has a bunch of various frost unleashing attacks. The animation when she catches you with that one grab attack is so hot. Is so cool. Everything about this phase is peak. The main flaw people have brought up with Frida is that she's debatably too fast for the game's combat system, and can sometimes feel like she's too speedy for the player to utilize their attack windows, but I don't really mind. I guess it can add some frustration when you're still in the process of learning her, but personally, I'm usually down for the fight to last as long as possible, so I damn near see it as a positive. Overall, this fight is a masterpiece. The way it has 3 unique phases, which each go through transitions of differing music and art direction, combined with the fact that it casually threw in FromSoft's best gank boss of all time, and the final phase being worthy of an S-tier placement all by itself, makes for a boss that pretty casually sits on the list of my favorite boss fights in any game. But of course, we've still got one more predictable choice to go over. Number 1, Slave Knight Gale. Man, I wanted so badly to be different. I even tried gaslighting myself into thinking, like, hey, Frida's pretty cool, maybe she's actually secretly my favorite and I just never realized. But nah, Gale is still Gale, meaning he's the best boss in the game.
Hand it over, that thing.
Your number 1 spot. Like I said, I think Sister Frida is the most commendable in terms of attack variety, and Midir is also really impressive for working as well as he does while being so massive, but all in all, Gale just goes the hardest. Like usual, his first phase is more or less a warm-up for the rest of the fight, but it's still so much fun. I love how he takes you on like a feral beast in this part, frantically slashing back and forth and dashing around the place. He's got lots of great moves, such as the big leap attack, the 5-hit combo, which usually requires to get you some distance from him, and basic swings, which have a chance of being sneakily followed up by another attack. Then we get to his phase transition, where he realizes that the real Dark Soul was the friends we made along the way. Okay. Sorry. Seriously though, this transition is so iconic, and once phase 2 starts, he comes with a bunch of new tricks up his sleeve, such as using spells, a repeating crossbow, and gaining the ability to infuse his cape with magic, making it a weapon in its own right that will punish you if you don't take it into account when dodging. Then we get to the peak of the game, Gale's 3rd phase. The best addition to this part of the fight is the red orbs he can summon. When each of them hit the ground, they'll create some easily noticeable spots where they landed, which signify the places that lightning will strike, meaning you best be getting away from them. Naturally, he also gains more extensions of previous moves, such as being able to fire the repeating crossbow in the midst of multiple flips, and a spinning attack that can simultaneously create a bunch of the lightning summoning orbs. The visual spectacle of him flying all around the place, meanwhile there's red balls of magic and lightning everywhere, while taking place in possibly the most enormous boss arena ever made, is a sight to behold. And I hate to admit that this is such a big part of why he's here, but shit man, his soundtrack might still be the best piece of music in any Souls game. The part that plays in the last phase especially elevates the encounter to be so much more than it would be without it. Meanwhile, you've still got that top tier spectacle that I already gushed over. whatever. I can't help but feel like I don't have as strong of an argument for why he's here as I usually do with my number 1 spots, especially since I straight up admitted that I prefer Frida's moveset. But it's just one of those bosses where being in the middle of it and having your senses overloaded with all the awesomeness happening at once is so overwhelmingly cool that it just makes your brain go, yep, this guy's the best. But even without the gameplay speaking for itself, he's still amazing on paper. Stuff like the cape and the lightning strikes add some great unique dynamics that give him solid substance to go along with the peak style on display. So in time it's possible that Frida might surpass him, but as of right now, I'm still a firm believer that Slave Nightingale is the best boss fight in Dark Souls 3. Though of course, that's just my opinion, so feel free to tell me your thoughts on Dark Souls 3's bosses in the comments. This video turned out a fair bit longer than I had anticipated. I guess just like the Bloodborne ranking, I find it so hard to simplify my thoughts when it comes to these games. And I honestly feel way more satisfied trying my hardest.
Wow.
Are my 4 favorite bosses.
He's fucking cool. He's so cool.
How flawlessly
You know? In this game, you...
Number 8, Soul of Cinder. The main thing you gotta respect about this fight is how well it handles the idea of ending a trilogy. Obviously, due to the minimalistic, lore-centered style of how FromSoft handles the storytelling in their games, having a proper feeling conclusion can be fairly tricky. But even in comparison to their other games, this one has to feel like a proper finale to 3 games at once. Which is why it's so damn commendable that they were not only able to make it work, but also be one of the most memorable finales to any of their games. Considering how the Age of Fire has perpetuated so many times by now, you can assume that over the years there have been countless different undead warriors who went to defeat the current Lord of Cinder to continue the cycle, starting all the way back from the first time in Dark Souls 1. So having a boss called the Soul of Cinder, whose moveset is an amalgamation of all the different playstyles from all the different lords who linked the flame, followed by a second phase which has a moveset and music that are direct callbacks to Gwyn, the original Lord of Cinder, is one of the coolest things I've ever heard. And thank God they actually managed to execute it in the form of a fun and fair boss fight. I won't lie, I've never really considered Soul of Cinder to be quite up there with the peak S-tier FromSoft bosses in terms of just how sheerly fun the moveset is, but it's still undeniably a super well made one with tons of variety, and it's still a blast to face off against. The Great Sword mode and the Pyromancer Curved Sword mode are both pretty fun and balanced. Also look, he's able to do the flip from Dark Souls 1. The Mage mode is also fun, but definitely a bit easier than the others, and the Spear form is definitely the most challenging of the 4, at least for me. I find his moves here to be super punishing, but not in a bad way. Then Phase 2 is a lot more straightforward, but still great in its own right. Here, he's basically like Gwyn 2.0, except he feels significantly more balanced than Gwyn for the combat system he's in. And his moves are just generally a lot cooler, including his signature lightning bolts. Though there are also some moves directly taken from the original, like the instantly recognizable grab attack. Once the fight is over, you get to pick between a few different endings, including the one where you summon the Firekeeper, which is easily one of my favorite endings in any Souls game. It definitely feels like the true ending. I'm so glad I was able to get this one back in my initial playthrough. So all in all, Soul of Cinder is an unforgettably presented encounter that does about as good a job as it possibly can in terms of feeling like a worthy conclusion to the trilogy. And luckily, at the same time, he's just a fun boss with a well above average moveset. Also, is the music top tier? Yes, yes it is. Number 7, Twin Princes. Well, Well, I've wanted to do this for a while, and now here it is, my top 20 favorite games. But before anything, let's get something straight. These are not what I consider to be the greatest or most important games. God of War is my favorite video game franchise. I won't be able to fit the majority of them into this video, so to make it as quick as possible, I'm just gonna list some of my favorite aspects of the At number 4, I've got Devil May Cry 5, which has my personal favorite video game combat system. To simplify things, the way my non-game developer brain sees it is that combat in a PvE setting can be broken into two parts: what the player can do, and what the enemies and bosses can do. Now, when it comes to what the player can do, DMC5 is my undisputed number 1. And as for enemies and bosses, it's really damn good. Starting with the player's capabilities, I mean, where to even begin? For those of you who don't know, Devil May Cry 3, which is also awesome, refined the style system of this franchise, which makes it so that your letter grade gets better and better the more you attack enemies, but only if you're always switching between different moves, meaning that these titles heavily incentivize you to not spam the same moves over and over again, so you can create some stylish combos with all your different attacks. And this system has fundamentally changed the way I look at a lot of action games. I doubt that I would have enjoyed the combat of the Greek God of War saga nearly as much as I did if it weren't for the stylish combo mindset I had going into it. I've spent so many hours practicing and putting together lengthy combos that last more than a minute without the enemy touching the ground, since it's so much fun. But of course, the reason why this system is able to shine is because of the sheer amount of cool shit that you're capable of doing. To make it as brief as possible, Nero is a streamlined version of the combat with one sword and one gun, but that one sword comes with a cool gimmick where you can rev it. And you get to use a bunch of different prosthetic arms with different abilities, such as riding them like a hoverboard, or temporarily stopping time. V is a very different approach where you sit from the sidelines and control minions to attack enemies for you. I appreciate DMC5 for doing something so unique with him compared to the rest of the franchise, and it's pretty fun in its own right. But he definitely has the lowest skill ceiling out of the bunch. Dante is Dante. One of my favorite video game characters of all time. He's the main protagonist throughout the series, and thus has the most well thought out moveset. 4 weapons, 4 guns, 4 different styles to switch between which change what the B button does, including Bloodborne dodges, pseudo teleports, parries, insanely an action game. And of course, there's Virgil. Playing as him is basically the equivalent of video game crack. He's got a fair amount of options, including the Yamato, their level design and puzzles. Also, I guess it would be nice if there was more post-game content. Bloody Palace and Legendary Dark Knight difficulty are cool, but maybe just one other mode would have really put the cherry on top. Number 3, Elden Ring. Okay, biggest criticisms out of the way real quick so I can praise it. After your first playthrough, the map is too damn big for its own good. The grandiosity of it After your first Elden Ring. Okay, biggest criticisms out of the way real quick so I can praise it. After your first playthrough, the map is too damn big for its own good. The grandiosity of it makes for some amazing cool factor, but the amount of time you have to spend riding through open fields with little content forces it to have significantly more downtime than every other FromSoft game. Also, by the end of the DLC, the amount of times that mini-bosses get reused definitely overstays its welcome. Anyway, aside from that, Elden Ring is top tier FromSoft content. The build variety is easily the largest, with so many awesome weapons and spells to try out. The lineup of main levels might be my favorite in the series. The lore is easily up there with some of the most compelling in their catalog if you ask me. And the quality of the Remembrance boss fights is unreal. I know there are a lot of people who argue that this game's bosses are too difficult, and while there are admittedly a couple bullshit moments here and there, overall, this is a peak main boss lineup. Replaying this game and learning all the ins and outs of these complex movesets is easily some of the most fun I've ever had in the series. If you want to hear my defense for every main boss, then watch this video. Another big point of praise I could never say enough about is how good it looks. In terms of visuals, this is my favorite game ever. I know some people argue that it feels more like generic medieval fantasy compared to their previous titles, and that's fair enough I guess, but personally I just can't get enough of it. Another cool thing about Elden Ring is how it turned way more people people into Souls fans. Due to its whole gimmick where you're able to freely explore the world and fight whatever you want, it helped to bring in more gamers who aren't comfortable with the idea of being stuck on a boss and simply needing to beat that boss to move onward. Now, do I feel a tiny bit elitist when people love this game but then refuse to play the previous ones? Yeah, I kinda do. But of course, I'm not gonna let a petty thought like that turn me into an Elden Ring hater. Despite it being the new, popular one, I think it is one of their best products. It became as well known as it is for a reason. Overall, Elden Ring is a monumental achievement that has so much going for it. In fact, I have more hours on it than any other game I've played, something finally surpassed Dark Souls 3. But due to a few minor issues like unnecessarily long distance between notable locations, I can't picture it ever quite being my number one. Number 2, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. For a long time, I considered Sekiro to be my favorite game. Before my first playthrough, I remember thinking the way people glazed it was probably exaggerated. Like, alright, I'm sure it's cool, but there's no way I'll like it more than Dark Souls. Wow, I actually liked that more than Dark Souls. No exaggeration, my first playthrough of Sekiro is the most fun I've ever had playing a video game. There are plenty of reasons why, which I'll get to, but first let's talk about the elephant in the room. The combat. Many action-focused games come with a system called parrying, which almost always works like a risk-reward tactic, where if you're able to consistently parry, it makes the game easier, but if you mess it up, then you'll probably get heavily punished. But when making Sekiro, the developers just thought, wait, what if instead of giving the player a niche option to parry, it was actually the main focus of the combat? So they went all in with that idea and gave us one of the most satisfying combat systems I've ever had the pleasure of learning. For a lot of people, Sekiro is by far the hardest Souls game to get into, because when you're first learning it, being expected to actually consistently see enemy attacks coming and properly deflect them with perfect timing can feel like a really tall task. But of course, if you push yourself to keep trying and manage to become familiar with it, it's so much fun. And not gonna lie, the sound effect that plays when you properly deflect never gets old. But of course, if the enemies and bosses are trash, then the system is basically all for nothing. You know that point I brought up when talking about Devil May Cry 5? About how there's what the player can do and what the enemies and bosses can do? When it comes to the second category, Sekiro is my number one. There are a few mini-bosses that I consider to be an unlikable pain in the ass, which are usually the ones that have more of a focus on dodging than deflecting. Plus, the Duo 8 boss fight sucks. But other than that, damn, it's just so consistent. Lots of enemies are surprisingly fun to fight with their exciting, fast-paced movesets, and some of the bosses are of course up there with the best ever. The combination of the highly skill-based focus on deflecting, along with the enemies and bosses being so well made, makes for one of the most polished, perfectly put together challenges I've ever overcome. That whole From Software philosophy of trial and error, and learning the movesets of your foes until you eventually overcome them, is executed better in Sekiro than any of their other products. Number 1, Bloodborne. Yep, complain all you want about it being locked at 30 FPS, I don't care. Bloodborne is as good as it gets for me. It has my favorite atmosphere of all time, my favorite use of environmental storytelling I've ever seen, along with most of the positive traits that come with a FromSoft game, such as great level design, combat, boss fights, visuals, and music. Starting with the gameplay, I think Bloodborne works as a perfect middle ground between the regular Souls games, which have more of a focus on character building, and Sekiro, which instead leans towards streamlined, fast-paced action. In Bloodborne, you still get to have stats and choose between different weapons, but the lineup of tools at your disposal is significantly smaller than the Souls games, going for a quality over quantity approach that makes for my personal favorite lineup of weapons in any game. Almost all of them are completely unique, they get 2 distinct modes which you can switch between while simultaneously are completely unique. my personal favorite lineup of weapons in any game. Almost all of them are completely unique. They get 2 distinct modes which you can switch between while simultaneously attacking, which is awesome. And they're just generally creative and fun to use. Plus, there are a lot of little things about Bloodborne's combat that I really like compared to the rest of FromSoft's catalog. There's the rally system, which allows you to quickly regain health by dealing damage. The fact that you parry with guns, which is such a bong rip of an idea. And you've got a quicker iframe dodge when you're locked onto enemies, which I personally like a lot more than the classic Souls roll. Now, as far as the enemy and boss quality, despite this being my literal favorite game, I do think some of the other FromSoft titles are better when it comes to this. The enemies are pretty solid overall, and while I would say the boss lineup is significantly more impressive than most games, while also coming with a few of the all-time greats, I admit there's a pretty good chunk of bosses in here that are just okay. But at least the DLC picks up the slack of the main game. Now for the atmosphere and lore. Bloodborne's art style is fantastic. It doesn't have as much conventionally beautiful scenery as others, but the dedication to creating this oppressive setting with such detailed, horrific imagery and gothic architecture comes together to make an atmosphere that I love getting lost in. But of course, there's also some backstory to Yharnam for you to sink your teeth into. Spoiler warning, I can't explain why this is my favorite game without going into detail. Bloodborne is a Lovecraftian story about a society built on the healing power of blood, which comes from incomprehensible outer gods. And some people from this society happen to be fascinated with these godlike beings that our simple human minds can't fully comprehend. So they spent their lives dedicated to finding some way to ascend to their plane of existence. As you play through the game, there are many hints about this deeper reasoning for what's really going on in Yharnam. But when you personally start to figure out this revelation can be completely different for everyone, which is part of why I like it so much. The way that these endlessly fascinating topics are handled is so intriguing, especially with parts like the big reveal that there are actually horrifying creatures who have been watching us the whole time, and we just couldn't see them beforehand because we didn't have enough insight. Or there's also the late game nightmare areas, which are so cool since they kind of have a logic to them that we can piece together while also being bonkers. While I'm generally a big advocate of lore in all of these games, Bloodborne is unquestionably the one that's resonated with me the most. And since getting into it, I've been way more intrigued by Lovecraftian concepts, where there are beings so powerful that we can't even try to understand them. Similarly to Dark Souls 1, I think this game really has that unmistakable spark of inspiration. It makes a lot of sense to me why DS1 and Bloodborne are the games that Miyazaki himself looks the most fondly upon. It feels to me like these are the two that he and his team felt the most passionate about while making them. But unlike Dark Souls 1, I think Bloodborne has the more consistent package of gameplay to back up that creativity. Anyway, there are plenty of other things I haven't mentioned, like the awesome soundtrack, the unique fashion, and some of the character quests, but to summarize, the gameplay is some of my favorite ever, and the narrative, while unconventional, hits all the right notes in my opinion, which is why Bloodborne is my favorite game of all time. The healing system can be a pain in the ass on your first playthrough though. But of course, that's just my list, so feel free to tell me about your favorite games in the comments. Also, I'm sorry this video took such a long time to come out, and I'm gonna get the channel back on track now, starting with the Bloodborne drip ranking, since that's what you guys voted for. And let me know if any of you would have interest in videos talking about games I listed here. Obviously, I love the From Software stuff, and that's what my channel's mainly about. But I got
This video has been sponsored by my pet snake, Steve. He says you should listen to my band. We might be coming to your city here pretty soon. Who knows? We're called Raccoon Tour, links below. So I've been Before we get rolling, I just want to toss out these honorable mentions on screen right now. Before we get rolling, I just want to toss out these honorable mentions on screen right now. Okie dokie, on with the list. I played Far Cry 3 when I was 13 years old and my parents had no idea. That game practically took my virginity while I was in middle school. When I was a kid, there was nothing cooler than Far Cry 3 with it.
How's it going, bros? My name is Peter Pan. Today, we're gonna make some 3x3s. I recently watched the boys at the Trash Taste do this. It was an old thing. I don't know if people still are doing this, but it reminded me of it. I remember people would post like their 9 favorite of something. It was usually video games. I never actually made one. It feels like a tier list kind of thing, but for your favorite. It was always like, this is what defines me. Look at this. It even became like a meme, like, get a load of my sweet 3x3. It's totally original. It totally reflects my true taste. I have good taste, right? Look at me. I love these games and nothing else. I'm totally, dare I say, your guy. Okay, so I wanted to try and make my 3x3. Let's start off with games. One of my favorite games. I don't like video games. I have nothing to put. Fuck, this is hard. I think I'll just do the games that impacted me the most. Star Fox 64. I had never heard of this game before. But me and my parents, we were on holiday in Spain. And in Spain, you could buy like really cheap video games. It's also where you can buy on the market like those Game Boy cartridges that had like 100 fucking ripped off illegal games on them. And it was just the best. I was allowed to pick up one game, and I randomly picked up Star Fox 64. I had no idea what it was, but it was such an amazing time to play that game. That game blew my mind. I think it was one of those games like, you kids will never experience this, okay? But, or maybe you will. I'm sure you will. I'm being a little boomery here. But I remember one of the most fun things about video games when you were a kid was like talking about video games with your friends. And Star Fox was one of those games that had a couple of secrets in it. And I remember going to school and talking about it and being like, what the different stuff that we had discovered and like the different levels. And there's a submarine level? No, you're kidding me. What? I just have to go left and then right? I'm like, whoa. I can't wait to come home after school to try this out, right? That was just so exciting and so much fun. And I think that's why, you know, Star Fox, it's an alright game. It's an alright game. It's not the best game, I know that. But to me, and the experience I had with the game, it's gotta be up there, you know? And the Rumble Pack, that was sick. That was the first time I had the Rumble Pack. I also remember that
one more to go
would tell me that, which was the best line though. The best line in
no thief.
Yeah, I don't know why. I can't explain why I thought this was so cool. I was like, can't let you do that, Starbucks. This scene is ingrained to my childhood. That's so funny. And this does not suit the 3x3, the 1x1 square formula, but whatever. Okay, I talked about this before, but so I wasn't allowed to have a game console. I don't know why. Like, my mom loved playing video games. I guess she did it more for herself. She's like, no, we're not having a game console. She cracked eventually. All right. But it meant that whenever I was sick, we would rent a game console. So being sick was like the greatest thing in the entire universe for me. Because then I would always pick a Donkey Kong games. I loved them. But the one I enjoyed the most was Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy Kong's Quest. I replayed it. Not one I enjoyed the most was Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy Kong's Quest. I replayed it not long ago, and it's still a legitimately good platformer. And the thing was, you could play 2 players with it. I don't know if that was a common thing back in the day. I don't think it necessarily was. To be able to play like a game with your friend. No, I think that was pretty common. But I just remember this was like the first game I played that was together with someone else. I would play with my sister. I would play with my mom. It was just so fun. Oh, I remember even when I wasn't sick anymore, my mom kept the console rented and then she would play it in her bedroom. And then we... I already know which song I love. Is it the... Oh. Takes me back, man. the overhead perspective is the game Tibia. I talked about this game before. The best version was clearly 7.6, I think. It looked like this. This is what the fucking game looked like. Can you believe it? Can you make anything uglier? I guess this game was kind of like RuneScape, but from the overhead perspective only. And I played it with my friends, and it's probably the most fun I've ever had in video games, playing this fucking game, because it was complete anarchy. You could do whatever you wanted in this game. You could fuck people over so bad. And as a young kid playing it, you obviously got fucked over, but you fucked over so many people. And it's so funny. I still remember like these memories of just making people get so pissed off. It's like the best part of my childhood. Oh man, what could you do? I'm sure there's the same scams like in RuneScape, but like you could trade items with people, and back in the day you would have to like write in a public chat for what it was. Now it seems like it's just pay to win. It's a kind of a shame. I don't know if you can put Dota 1 on the list, because it wasn't a game, it was like a mod from Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne. Oh yeah, I would play the sniper a lot. He was so fun. Such an easy character. When was this? Like, when did Dota came out? 2003 we were playing this. Me and my friends in Sweden, we would go to these net cafes. I guess I'll have to put this game on. We would all go to town to a net cafe to play Dota together. Just amazing memories. So, for the Dota, when that came out, I remember Dota stopped being popular and some other clones of Dota came out. I know there was some problem with the lawsuit and, you know, because it was a mod and the mod of the game was becoming better than the game itself, and it was kind of awkward. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I remember League of Legends coming out, right? And we were all laughing our asses off. 2009. Well, how old was I then? 20? Yeah, I was 20. Fuck, I wasn't that young. What the fuck? Is that possible? Well, anyway, I remember when League of Legends first came out, we were like, there's no way this garbage is gonna become popular. Are you kidding me? It looks like fucking trash. Look how colorful and dumb it is. That was like the biggest game of all time. It's like, oh, guess we were wrong. I never played much MOBA after that, but I mean, yeah, MOBA is huge now. Everyone's probably played at some point. I think I had my fun with it. Like, I don't really see a reason to jump into it. Now, MOBA will never be as fun as when we played it all together, net cafes in Sweden. That was such a good fucking time. Clearly, there's a good time to add Minecraft. Obviously, I gotta add Minecraft. This game, I had one of the most fun times on my YouTube channel thanks to this game. So I'll forever be grateful for it. For sure. Like, all the excitement for a new episode for this game, and all the excitement for me looking forward to record a new episode as well. It's the fucking best feeling in the world, man. So good. That week when I literally got married, beat the Ender Dragon at the same time. How lit was that, dude? That's a highlight. That's a peak for sure. It's also a game that I played before I did YouTube. It was actually the first thing I ever recorded. I don't have the original footage of it, but it was, kind of ironically. Like, I kind of started my YouTube at the same time as Minecraft became big, and then I avoided playing it for so long just because I thought it was like too popular and kind of cringy, and then I realized, hey, it's actually a fucking amazing game. And I love being able to share that with you guys as well online. Now, I don't know, like, I played it so much. If there's new updates, I'll obviously check it out, but I don't know, man. Did anyone ever play this game?
Favorite third-party developer was for the Nintendo 64. They'll probably tell.
I feel like this could easily be on the list. It's just that I'm not convinced. This is one of those games I loved. It's so fucking. Star Wars 64. Yukitsui. Oh my god. Star Wars 64. Yeah. B. Obviously, I might as well record myself playing it. I think this is the part where I was the most scared ever.
Where is he now?
I was so scared. More. I'm gonna fill this with. I'm asking. It was. Don't care. I love this game. I love this game. Yeah. Yeah. We'll put it there for now. Dude, we've done some crazy playthroughs on this channel. I know the game and sharing it with you guys online. I don't know if it's worthy, actually. We'll put it there for now.
Top of the morning to all ye laddies out there. My top 9. Now, some of them are a little more interchangeable than others. Some of them I put in because I'm like, yeah, that game meant a lot to me. But then I kind of fought with it a little bit to see if some other games would go in. So this is my list. This is in no particular order whatsoever either. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Bloodborne, Shadow of the Colossus, Metal Gear Solid 3, Final Fantasy 9, Inside, Battlefield 3, Uncharted 2, Pokemon Blue, and Undertale. Now, the only 2 games that me and Felix agreed upon in our lists are Pokemon Blue, because shout out. But we'll start off with the obvious ones, because I keep talking about them all the time. Bloodborne, Shadow of the Colossus. I have a Shadow of the Colossus poster. I have 2 giant Bloodborne statues here. I have some Dark Souls stuff as well, but I didn't want to put in games from the same developer. I didn't want to put in like Dark Souls and Bloodborne, or like Metal Gear Solid 1 and 3, or Final Fantasy. You know, I wanted to make sure I had one game from each of these developers and not kind of double them up. But I keep talking about how Shadow of the Colossus is my favorite game ever. But I think Bloodborne actually is. I know. I'll give you a moment to gasp for a second. I constantly talk about how Shadow of the Colossus was my favorite game ever. I've done 2 series on it, the HD collection and then the full-on PS4 remake. Top of the morning, dear ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye and welcome finally to the Shadow of the Colossus remake. For those of you who don't know, this is my favorite game ever made. And then I haven't done any series on Bloodborne. I've done 1 video on it.
Although you equal, it's not always amusing. I will click if the list.
Jacksepticeye, and welcome to Shadow of the Colossus! For those of you who don't know, this is my favorite game ever made, ever. I love this game to bits. Actually, I'm going to go into the options here because it's going to be annoying, otherwise it's going to keep going in and out of menus. But I love this game to death. It's my favorite game ever made. The only game that's ever come close to beating this as my favorite game ever was Dark Souls. I still love that game also, but I just love this. It's amazing. It's such a good game. I've been meaning to play it for a very long time. I did start a series on it ages ago when I wasn't really used to doing YouTube at all, and it wasn't very good, so I deleted the video. So I want to play it again. I want to play it properly. I want it up on the channel. I want to do it justice. If you've never seen this game before, you are in for something quite spectacular. If you have seen this game before, hopefully I can add some commentary that enlightens the experience or just... Oh, it's so good. Woo, yeah. Hopefully, some of you have seen this game before. If you haven't, there's a lot of stuff that's probably going to go over your head straight away. But let's just watch the story stuff. Climb! Climb, little wonder, climb! Climb! Why did you do that? Okay, off to a terrific start. There you go. Now fall. Now climb this time. Climb his things. Climb the things! He's not grabbing! Are you serious? Oh, I know what I'm doing playing this game. I know where all his weak points are. Game's just dicking me over now. But that's one of the things, because it's all physics-based and collision-based. Sometimes it messes up. Sometimes it doesn't do what you want it to. There, right in your leg. Now fall. Here we go. Now climb his shit this time. Yes. There we go, we're on his ass! Quite a nice ass you have, except you have a lot of fur on you. Which I imagine if you go take a poop... See, I can't move now, because the physics are like... Stop! Oh god, camera, what are you doing? Now climb up. Climb up. There we go. We're safe here. We're a safe haven. We're just gonna chill out. Lucky for me, you have all these platforms on your back. But yeah, this came out and it was doing things that no other game had ever done. It was like these, oh crap, climb! You see what I mean? Climb, climb, climb. And while it did great things with these, there was also one of its downfalls. Is that sometimes when you were grabbing stuff, it just freaked out. The physics didn't know what it was doing. It's like, wait, what are you doing? No, stop! Okay. But this is the new and improved version. Climb his fur! It's also frustrating when you know what to do and the game just won't do it for you. Hooah! There we go, just climb. When you get to a certain point, you can just start walking on his back. Oh, shimmy, shammy, shake you all about. I don't give a fuck, just let me up onto your head. Here we go. Nice! Do you need a scalp massage? Here you go. I have all the good scalp massages. Stab you right in your fucking head. Oh! You got a dirty spot! There we go, he's dead. See, I know what to do. It's just a case of getting to where you need to be and hoping that the game obeys what you want it to do. Instead of shaking you all about the place. It's always sad when you kill one, though. It's like he was just minding his business. He was just... Oh no, the tentacles! Wouldn't be a Japanese game if there weren't tentacles in it, right? Tentacles penetrate... At the start. Did it before. One. Back, buddy. Another one. You. I don't like. One. Wonder. They could be. Guys, I have played it, and I keep talking over everything. I forget what it's like to not have played this game or not know what it is or anything like that. So I keep talking over certain sections, and I apologize if I'm talking too much. I don't know when I'm supposed to be talking and when I'm not. Yes, I know. I can save there. That's a great thing. I really like this open world too, because there's like nothing in it. And that would sound like a bad thing, but it's not. It adds to the atmosphere. You're walking along, it's a place where you know nothing lives, except some salamanders and some eagles or birds. And you know you're not supposed to be here. Look at that fucking bridge. I didn't explain why it was my favorite game either. It's kind of a timing thing. Yeah, here's the bridge. it's like, when it came out, it was a case of like, nobody else was doing this kind of thing. Nobody else had done a game where all that was in was bosses. It was a game all of boss battles, where normally a game had like levels, and then there was a boss at the end of it. It was very formulaic and very, very constructed and very like laid out. Everything followed the same formula. But this was like, no, fuck you guys. I'm just going to have 16 boss battles and that's it. And they're going to be epic. The levels are going to be the bosses. And like the open world, there was nothing in it. Other games were like, we have to have an open world, but there has to be...
Collection.
It's crazy explosions, insane amounts of violence and brutality, shocking and explicit subject matter, boobies. and an oddly beautiful soundtrack. Now, if this game were to come out today, it would probably be a really solid 7 out of 10 experience with the classic bare bones of climb up a tower, visit these spots on a map gameplay. However, this game was the one that basically invented that formula. And the reason that formula has been jammed down our throats for the past decade is because Far Cry 3 did it so well the first time. And obviously, Voss is one of the most riveting and incredible villains in any video game ever. The charismatic monologuing villain has become a trope because of Far Cry 3. For laying down the foundations that so many games try to replicate, having one of the best stories and rogues galleries in any FPS game, and still being a blast to play in the year of our Lord, Far Cry 3 is a classic, and any 13-year-old watching should probably play it right now. Some of the most cherished video game memories I've ever formed were all with Smash Bros. Ultimate. I remember there was a YouTube animator tournament at VidCon 2019, and I threw my hat in the ring. I beat a few folks, but I ultimately lost to someone. I can't remember who you were. I remember I had a silly rivalry with a creator named Naderbug because we had the same childhood nickname. I was like, bro, I'm gonna destroy you on Smash, on Twitter for like a week until we actually played, and he proceeded to 3-stock me. Smash Bros. Is a guaranteed good time with friends on the couch. There are so few video games that encourage hanging out in real life, and that's one of my favorite things about Smash. The game itself is a blast. It goes to great lengths to cultivate the ingredients for a good hang. It's a community builder, a social cornerstone, and an old friend who I fondly visit consistently.
Rimpy fervor perbidex.
The Sims 3 is better than The Sims 4 in every regard. The gameplay is more fleshed out and varied, the open world is objectively more interesting than The Sims 4 garbage tiny chunks of property, it is a living, breathing place to spend time in, and I love spending time in this game. This game was my jam when I was a kid, and I have tons of personal nostalgia buried in here. Out of every game ever made, this is probably the one that I have dumped the most hours of my life into. It's very homey and relaxed. There are moments in the game where I'm watching my dude play on his computer, the windows are fogging up, it's dumping snow outside, I hear the gentle hum of the game's air conditioning, and everything is okay. The Sims 3 is a snapshot of that golden era before social media absolutely destroyed everything. It's the year 2011 in a bottle where smartphones are present but not all-consuming. People still go outside and get up to shenanigans. Emo swoopy hair is everywhere and My Chemical Romance is still on the radio. The Sims 3 is the ultimate comfort game in every way, shape, and form. I highly recommend you visit this one. It's objectively more fun than The Sims 4. At one point in my life, I thought card games were for nerds. Why would I play with cards when I have games that allow me to fly rockets, blow stuff up, woohoo the entire neighborhood, and rob banks? I thought that until I played Inscription, and it blew my mind. This is not a card game that you can play in real life. It's too dynamic, too many little things going on, etc. I got hooked on this. The card mechanics burrowed into my brain, and I would strategize and imagine plays as I lay in bed at night trying to get sleep so I can wake up and play more Inscription. Good card mechanics are fine and all, but what makes Inscription really special is everything else. If you have played the game, you understand exactly what I mean. This game has a soul buried deep within it that allowed for one of the most incredible playthrough experiences I've ever enjoyed. Inscription is special because I walked into it expecting to play a card game with a serial killer in a cabin in the woods. I certainly got that, and that was super cool, but what I wasn't expecting was for the story to go in a completely unexpected direction and tug at my heartstrings by the end. This was a world that I was fully immersed in. There was so much thought, love, and passion put into this game. You should play this game on a computer and go in completely blind. Do not read about it, do not watch Let's Plays, do not read reviews, just purchase it and play it. Especially if you're like me, where the words roguelike, indie deck building, card-based, escape room, puzzle adventure tags, they mean absolutely nothing to you. Inscription is scary, it's funny, it's deep, it's complex, it's heartfelt, it's surprising, and it's beautiful.
Kilimanjaro.
I was molded into a man on the Valhalla map. I know the layouts of Halo 3's multiplayer maps better than I know the layout of my own town. I had formative experiences blasting my friends from across maps with Spartan lasers that generated dopamine highs that no street drug could ever replicate. Believe me, I've tried. Halo 3 is the best first-person shooter ever made. It is the best multiplayer game ever made. If you disagree, you're stupid and wrong, and I don't respect your opinion, because this isn't a matter of opinion. This is a perfect work of art, and I can prove it with math. Halo 3 is special because the environment that it cultivates with its multiplayer games is less focused on stats, min-maxing, gear loadouts, and it's more focused on teamwork and joy. Fun. It is fun to play capture the flag with alien fighter jets and gravity hammers. It is fun to blast people with rockets and zero gravity. This is so much cooler than Call of Duty or Apex Legends or Fortnite or any other game ever. Halo is fun. Halo is cool. If you disagree, you either punch holes in your wall or you're a cop. Come to think of it, those two things tend to go hand in hand, huh?
Rehab was supposed to be a fresh start.
Speaking of cops being awful,